Good morning. Good morning. I am here for all of this. They are just getting started. You can't hear anything. He asked the council to approach. I hope you guys are doing fantastic today. I am here for it. I hope we see Maria. I hope she, I cannot wait. Carla, good morning. Carol, good morning. So glad to see you guys. It looks like we're going to have a lot of video today. It probably will go most of the day because they said it was like a 14-hour video. Low key, I kind of would like to watch it all, but not really, because if I have to hear her voice, I'm going to puke. But justice for Gannon, man, like the stream, share it out so more people can know about him. And let's get ready to see crazy ass Letecia. I hope you guys are doing great today.
All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment of acquittal on all charges, specifically for first-degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution?
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address, prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is? Or how far away?
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
All right.
Ah, oh my gosh. Y'all, at this point, this is straight comedy. Like, I don't know. I'm over here cracking up. So basically, and maybe you guys can help me, they're talking about premeditation and the fact that she had those Google searches where she was saying, you know, I'm tired of being in my marriage. I want to find somebody else. You know, I want to move, find military singles, like da da da. I've got them somewhere, but I didn't really understand, what they were saying, and I think the defense is saying maybe they wanted those out. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you guys can help me because I was kind of looking around the courtroom and all kinds of stuff. Queen Petty, good morning. Carla, good morning. Carol, good morning. Britt, good morning. I'm so glad you girls are here. This freaking witness, Carol, I'm telling you, how are you late for the trial that you're the expert in? You're the final, like, big ta-da, right? You got reprimanded on the stand with your old granny self. Not to be mean, and I'm not saying that, like, elderly people or older people can't do their job, but, like, come the freak on. This... Carol said, how about she wanted to cut off her face or military singles, but you hated your husband and who's gone all the time. Absolutely. Supreme Well, good morning. Good to see you today. Yeah, this this stuff is hilarious. I don't know. I'm here for Maria. If you guys haven't checked out my community tab, I posted a poll there today. I want to know, we asked in our comments yesterday what you guys thought, if Letecia was going to testify or not. And so I kind of threw a little wrench in there. You've got 3 options: yes, no, and Maria is going to do it. So if you don't mind, head over to that community tab and take that poll, because I'm curious to know. I'll let you know. I think I think Maria is going to testify. Is that enough for guilt? I don't know. And I think that's kind of maybe what the question was, what they were talking about just a moment ago was, I don't know. I don't know if they're saying, like, will that sway the jury to say, I don't even know if premeditation is something that they need to be worried about. I don't know, because finally she admitted that she did it. She just said, oh, I didn't know it was Gannon, because of course it's got to be something. Queen Petty says, I am here for Letecia to testify and handcuffed. Girl, yes. Oh, I can't wait. It would be so nice if she was, like, completely, like, shackled, right? Like, hog tie the bitch. I don't even care at this point. I mean, Team Gannon all the way. This is hilarious. Laughing my ass off. Maria is going to testify in a Russian accent from Mexico. Pardon me. I'm still, getting over all the kid stuff. Court is giving favor to the prosecutors. Maybe, but maybe not. The defendant has been allowed to sit. First of all, she was allowed to sit off to the side, hidden from view, where the judge couldn't even see her. She was allowed to rock in her chair, put her head down, turn around, look at the wall. She was allowed to do all kinds of stuff. She then gets reprimanded half-ass, might I say. It was it's the mom saying, if you do that again, I'm going to take it away. And then they do it 5 more times and you don't do anything. That's kind of the reprimanding that she got that day. And then, so she gets put front and center. And then what's she doing? Flirting with Mr. Cook the whole damn time. Like, if you watch her, when I'm trying to keep it where, I'll keep it where we can see the witness and Letecia, unless we're looking at that video. And then I want that to be, big on the screen. But, she leans over like a little teenage kid, like trying to flirt with this guy. And then this dumbass over here putting hand sanitizer all on his face. And I swear they were like watching TikTok or something the other day. They were cracking up. And the prosecution said, Your Honor, I don't know what's so funny over here. I don't know what they're laughing at. Judge didn't say shit. He was silent. He didn't even acknowledge that it happened. So, Carol, I don't know if the court is giving favor to the prosecutors or not. I don't necessarily see it because I see where the defendant could have been held almost in contempt of court. You're flipping people off. You're trying to make, you're singing happy birthday and stuff to the camera. Like it's kind of weird. Carla says, if I were a juror, I'd shut my ears already. I've heard enough. Girl, most of the time, you kind of, I don't know, I kind of have an idea of where, who I think is guilty or where I think it's going to go from the opening statements. The prosecutor's opening statements in this case, in my opinion, were very weak. They came out strong with that video that Letecia made, and then it just kind of was like, they never fully, evoked emotion really in the jury early on. Their words are not evidence, keep that in mind, but they have such a persuasion on the jury, and I feel like it was kind of lackluster. Like there really wasn't this big ooh, and then the defense comes in and his ass walks out and he's like, oh wait, I can't quit. Bro, you should have just quit. Like, I hope for your closing arguments, you just go right on ahead and walk out the door. Just take Tellini, Mr. Cook, y'all just go. Britt says her and her defense have been allowed to be disrespectful to the entire time. If there was a word to describe Letecia, aside from liar, I would call it disrespectful. She's a disrespectful teen. And it's sad that she would pop Harley in the mouth for being, quote, disrespectful. Disrespectful to your lies, bitch? Like, that's all she's a walking disrespect, especially to that court. Carol says, that's what the judge said on proof of premeditation. Oh, he said that. What was he saying? If they prove premeditation, then they're leaning towards, they're giving favor to the prosecutors? I miss it and I apologize. I can't believe we're sitting here still waiting on this lady. Like, let's talk about that really quick. Not waiting on her, but Miss Lewis being up there on the stand. So I about lost it. Absolutely lost it when he was like, well, what about her doctorate? She was like, oh, you mean that thing she got online? She said, I think that needs to be looked at a little bit more because I don't think she's got it. She sat up there. She said she is smart. She is intelligent. She can make all these choices. She can do all of this stuff. And basically, I kind of feel like there towards the end, she was like, I asked for this. I asked for an MRI. I asked for these tests to get done. She was blindsided, I kind of feel like, and I feel bad because this very much could be a career ender for this woman who it seems like has probably spent her entire life. And at one point in time, back in the 70s and 80s, I bet she was, top notch. And she was probably a wonderful expert in her field and knew everything in regards to multiple personality disorder, which it's not even that anymore. And that's the thing is, as I'm sitting there, there are jobs and stuff for an older person who cannot keep up with the times and the technology. And I'm sorry, she can't, because she can't even freaking make it to court on time. You know what I mean? So like, no, you need to go do some consulting or something, maybe she even said something about her report and she was like, well, I mean, I wrote it and then I sent it to someone else to type it. Prosecution said, who'd you send it to? She said, Mr. Tellini. What? This is crazy. Carol said, he said the prosecutor gets favor in proof of meditation and searches. Okay, cool. Prosecutor wasn't holding anything back, laughing my ass off. Britt, no, he wasn't. And I am glad it was him because the other guy, and his name is not at the tip of my tongue right now. I think he's a little more emotional, right? So I think he would have got up there and like, he's going to get mad. The other guy kind of laughs it off and makes it like he's calling her out, but like right in her face. And, I don't know. I'm so curious to know what Landon and Al are thinking. I did see it looks like Al and Letecia got divorced back in April of 21. So it takes a little while to get divorced, but finally he got to do that and was free from her, and I'm so thankful for that. Britt says, I agree, she probably was a great expert back in her time, but they completely manipulated her. I do. And at the very end, when court was kind of done and the jury was walking out, if you heard her, and you can go back because this video is still there, it's in the playlist. She was like, what do you think of that? He lied. What? I was like, oh, let me hear that again. I think she's talking about the defense attorneys. I don't know, because I couldn't see what she was saying or who she was talking to. I felt like she was speaking to the judge, because the judge was like, hold on a minute, like, let's get the damn jury out of here. But I feel like they lied to her and said the court won't pay for it. The state won't pay for it, because who was it that looked it up? Carol or Gail yesterday looked it up, that these are public defenders for her. So the state is legit paying on both sides. And I think they told the expert, hey, the state won't pay for it. We won't pay for those testings to be done. And in actuality, they requested that they just be canceled. And I think it was all part of their tactic. I think that they are probably pushing to be able to allow Letecia to appeal. And if that goes through, like, I'm screaming, because this woman is so freaking guilty. I got doggies in the back, so excuse if you hear the barking. She admitted to it in more ways than one. She really wanted this life change, right? It was evident in her searches. It was evident in the way that she carried on her life, the way that she was having these conversations with Al. She was done and over with. She didn't like Gannon. She had planned to get it taken care of. And Carla says, hell no, we don't pay for her lawyers. That's all on her. Absolutely. Yeah. This girl, I'm curious to know, like, it looks like Harley is doing great. If you look at her TikTok and her social media, it looks like she's, putting this behind her. She's got a boyfriend. Looks like she's, doing good. But I wonder, what it has done up here for her. And I wonder if she finds herself, because whether you had a good relationship with your mom or not, I feel like the only way this doesn't apply is if your mom wasn't around. And if that was the case, I'm very sorry for you. That is extremely unfortunate, and you needed her. But if you were around your mom in growing up at any point in time, once you become an adult, you have moments where you're like, oh my God, I'm my mom. Oh, I just sounded like my mom. Now I look like my mom, and so you're trying,
1358,
and
People
whether
versus
those are good or
Letecia Stauch.
bad,
Record should
you try
reflect
to
the
get
jury
away
is
from
not
it. So
present
I
in the
wonder how
courtroom.
much Harley sits there
We do
and she's
have
like, oh my
a
God, I'm
witness
just
on the
like my
stand,
mom.
Dr. Lewis. I would just
All right,
remind
here we
you,
go, guys.
ma'am, that you're still under oath. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Hit that like
Okay,
button
let's go
and
ahead and
share
bring
it
the
out if
jury
you
in.
haven't already. So glad you guys are here.
I'll tell you what's going on with our one juror. Just keep an eye on it. I'll try and watch and see if she.
Well, dang, I thought we was going to start. We don't even have the witness stand camera on. Oh my goodness. Judge is not going to be happy, I don't think.
All rise for the jury, please. Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know, I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that, where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, very, very well-respected psychiatrist, wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait 1 moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making, that where I agreed to assist them, but I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
But I
original.
did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociative identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe
well-
that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that, to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No, that
Wouldn't mean anything to you?
Well, that alone, no, that's a very little bit. However, if you, let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school, notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that, any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where, well, we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so if I could, just, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Good.
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be me. I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Mozart.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
You want me to give it to Eric?
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at, and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things. So that it's one it's a piece of data. And, but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that
Can you
yesterday.
point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what, was it in an interview or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's
Yeah.
pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, Oh, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
You have
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I'm sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important, you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, if that's the only corroboration you have, why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh, yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
The
here,
significant view
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Hartley Hunt, her husband, Al Stout, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody
let me,
knows.
before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociative.
That specifically,
Yes.
I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. it may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said,
I
that
think we got
she
what your
called
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, oh, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's, there's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters
Okay,
particularly.
let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Ms. Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw a clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I've seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? It'd be pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Said you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware. I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort. And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stout took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Yeah, okay. You know, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's People 736.
You may. Recall it, it's in a,
Where it's at.
it's in a single sleeve, if I remember right.
That's fair. Appreciate it. How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to, here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
There,
Windows
yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? You see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock, and see what she said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? Yeah, it's
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon, and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, we were
and-
talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime, and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time?
Yes,
Like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her, and when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay,
I
I'm going
don't-
to stop you again,
yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it, yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching. I don't,
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
Misrepresenting the evidence. He was questioned about bookcase that fell in 2011 that's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. The objection's overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel it because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the outside of the skull.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at is are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic
I'm
that
talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There
fit
are
at all?
many different
Well, Let's
concepts.
just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends, and
It's okay
insanity.
to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is. And, you could have given another story and I would have agreed with it or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How do you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that could be one. Sure.
Okay, I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Correct?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and rendering an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of quote sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you can get that that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No,
Think that would be important to look at, what she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't, I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever, but
Okay, we'll play
I
it.
don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. So that's the part of that I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? You talked about it on
Yeah.
a little bit. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
The rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed wacky, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's
Well,
there's
again,
something
let me stop
wrong
you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Could it be that just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be
I
doing.
don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, well, let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Sick, he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir. Could
The fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts, yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that, actually, I thought it was her truck, could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but, I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. See sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing, but again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say, this is what we're seeing now, so that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's, it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe.
buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving to Petco again that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing and
And
why
I'm
she
just
was
asking
doing
if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds,
Right.
and a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah, some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, you know, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So
And-
there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked
Mhm.
about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That
let
I
me-
don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's
say there are there are at least two possibilities.
move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But
well, let me stop you right there, because in your
yeah.
report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball bat. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But you know, it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the four themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object
puzzled.
matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the.
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? That's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was, I could see a gun in my hand. And I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't
understanding
know
you.
that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with
I
regards
think
to.
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
Well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is, I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Gannon's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. Ever seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. Gannon went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly
When someone's
sounds
in a
out of
psychotic-
touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in a storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that, or that this is what the status is. That, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she is reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic. Did she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
Well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing and putting in the suitcase, hide him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know, because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is, she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is.
Oh, that's what she's saying. what actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and now her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. You know, this is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
Y'all are cracking me up. Hang on, give me just a second. I don't know, I'm having issues. All right, guys, this is pure freaking gold at this moment, right? First of all, if you can get past all the and the, that junk from this ancient dinosaur lady. And again, let me just say, don't take me as like being somebody who, is discriminatory. It is not here. It says my OBS disconnected. Let's see. It said it was successful. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me know, because I'm getting all kinds of junk on my screen. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, I can hear it. My blood is boiling too, Queen Petty. OMG. Shout out to you, by the way. I appreciate that little tip, guys. This is like a full-time job. You know what I'm saying? We're here, but we're in it together. All tips, all gifts are greatly appreciated. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. That was such a sweet blessing. Have you liked the stream, by the way? Because if you haven't, I would appreciate if you did. Subscribe too, so you know when we go live, because we're getting ready to go to deliberations sooner rather than later. I think Friday is supposed to be closing arguments, is what I'm hoping. I don't know how much of this video we're gonna get to see. I want to see it now. I want to see how this lady's acting on the stand. If she acted like that in the evaluation room, because two peas in the damn pod, if you ask me. We were talking in the chat, I think it was Carol or Gail, and I was like, hey, crazy is as crazy does, and it takes one to know one. And I think this lady, she has made her living on defending these monsters, and if she calls him that boy one more damn time, like, I'm gonna lose my because his name is Gannon Stauch, and he was an 11-year-old sweet little boy who loved to play video games. He was very kind, he was very helpful, he loved his sister, he was so many people's heroes, he was the light and love of his mom and dad's eye, and made their hearts beat. And you took that from them, Letecia. You deserve every ounce of bull crap that you're about to get, and you're going to jail for life. You're going to prison. You're not coming out. You're not insane. You weren't freaking crazy. I mean, you're crazy, but you were completely sane. You made so many calculated moves, from start to finish, from before this shit happened. You took him on that hike, and I still feel like you probably intended to push him off the damn cliff or something. I don't know. I can't stand her. If you came to see a channel that's like, innocent until proven guilty, I done proved her guilty. She done did it. She already said she did it. And she said she was crazy when she did, but that was the last minute, the very last stretch. And I hope she gets up there because she cannot stand that these people might be wrong about her, right? That I hope her narcissistic self is still so strong that she has to get up there and talk. I really do. Ooh, I hope with all of my heart. Britt says she can hear me. Thank you, thank you. You're not disrespectful to old people. No, I agree, Queen, and I'm not trying to say it like that, but like you can't make it to court on time. What a coincidence that you would, have food poisoning, because no one can prove that. No one wants to talk about your bubbly gut. So you can just pass right over that. Okay, Letecia, like I just feel like they are the same type of people. And unfortunately, while we're facing reality over here and we're learning all of these things about these personalities and about these monsters that we live with and walk around and talk and have dealings with every day, when we're learning more and more about them, we're learning how many of them there are and how good they band together and how much they can fool us. This expert has fooled people for centuries. No, not well, kind of decades. It looks like a century. No, she's the same. I don't feel like she's murdered anybody and gonna murder anybody and, probably can't move enough to do it. But mentally, I feel like they're the same. She's talking in circles and throwing in the and throwing him off and pussyfooting around the question so that you don't hear what she's saying, right? If the loud mouth gets the grease, right? So the more that she talks and the more that she talks, the less that you listen, right? Like we're joking in the comments because we can't hear her anymore. The courtroom's doing the same thing. So I love that the prosecution is throwing in there and going step by step. He's using words that are going to pull the jury's attention. Like I said in the comments, I love when they talk about common sense because it really makes them stop and think, okay, hold on, let me look at, maybe I was looking at this a little funny. Let's just go back to, the common sense theory and see how it, you know, plays out here. Does it make any sense at all? And if not, then that's probably, the wrong answer. I appreciate that you guys are here. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Share this live out. I'm going to go down for a minute, let everybody have a break. I feel like we're going to come back to some video. I sure hope so, because I'm tired of hearing this lady talk. And I'm curious to know who talks more in the video. Is it going to be Letecia or is it going to be Miss Lewis? We'll see. I have a feeling that it almost might be like a cat fight to see who can talk more and have their opinion known more. But thank you guys so much for being here. Go to the bathroom, get you something to drink, grab your popcorn, add M&Ms. I'm telling you, it's the best. And I'll see you right back here in just a few minutes. Bye, guys.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's two things that I need to address that have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Oh, Letecia thinks that's funny. She likes breaking the rules. It's probably her freaking lawyer that did it. He said no smoking cigarettes, no smoking marijuana in the courthouse. We got cameras. We can see you. And stop recording my shit in my courtroom. This is comical. Defense, you're definitely going out with a bang, let me tell you.
All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1. Yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the T1 at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. Do you remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, do you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. You know, knowing right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him?
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know, I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
But don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
And she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating to her?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, if you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the T1?
Yes,
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
that I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Kind of weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is,
Crazy, isn't it?
yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got.
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's
What about
leap.
smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's
That-
crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. If a little bit of it seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy?
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder,
Who may have.
where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No,
Nothing crazy about that, right?
don't know the ultimate, but
That
Okay.
Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so, yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me now.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough? You go get it. I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest people.
Necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. You know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets. What else? Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body, and the body of a child that you allegedly loved, in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've
I
been
think only
saying the whole.
once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
Bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. Yeah.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay. I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview.
Of course,
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would be
There's a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here, so you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little and can we see, can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to, you're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you
I-
right here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go. and-
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm gonna ask you some questions after the clips, okay? And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm gonna try from sitting there and see how it works out, and then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just
we have a
wait,
pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay.
That, yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're gonna start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Ms. Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes,
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is that?
That's Mr. Tolini?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Ms. Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your,
I'm just trying to turn it.
oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your interview?
Well, I'm not necessarily calling names, but like, how can I get this name when you talk to,
Like, what do you call them? So I can call them the same.
no, I mean, for example,
The district meeting or
I don't know, Josh.
you go to, yeah. Do all of you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're sometimes, like Maria called me,
And then the band.
no, like Maria sometimes calls them band-aid.
She is called the B-A-D-J.
Like a band, I would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all she gets mad at.
But they always asshole.
Yeah,
But really?
but he's not really an asshole, but.
I see.
Yeah, that's part of it. No, no, it's,
But,
I know Spanish, but she doesn't.
Trust me.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
basic, but if you talk to her, she knows Spanish.
Who knows?
Hurry up.
Maria is such a
Yeah.
That's in any of the language.
I know that my friend said she's taught Russian to her.
But, granted, the city for.
I don't,
And you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you.
I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there.
What's the, I still live. By what you're telling me. I'm big John, yeah.
I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And I've been to Dubai.
I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 13:11.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
How's that?
It's better.
Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when there's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
okay with Mr. Young?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
What, the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess, she went to Dubai, she's a princess, she went to Dubai.
She's not part of you, or
She is,
and so Jazz, what part of you is that?
she's risky, like, she doesn't look at stuff, like, she's very risky,
What do you call?
like risky,
Uh,
yeah, like. I'm gonna say, don't get me in trouble.
Yeah.
Super. Can't go out, party a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not a partner.
You're not a part of it. So, I was just,
So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up being somewhere.
end up on the plane. Do you know how you got?
It's like my body goes through the motions, like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember?
I know it sounds crazy, but,
No, it doesn't.
but like, okay, so like. If you see my credit card's by me, and you're like, oh, okay, obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, it's easy to, and my body's gotta know that's whose credit card you got funds to be able to pay for it, but yet at the same time, like, I wouldn't have done it until I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place.
Find yourself somewhere. Not even really.
I've been to a lot, even in the past. We just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember open's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I met that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, and they're like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am.
Because, and where have you?
One time I was in Jamaica.
So you were there, fine.
Oh, I got a plane to live in Jamaica, but I was also at work that party and then being with me.
Well, so maybe Josh can look it up.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. I was gonna say I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
Right.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question?
Yeah.
Why did you ask it that way?
I think it's something interesting that where she had talked about other. And that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're gonna-
this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian at this point. But it's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of cocked my ear from my. I too did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of it is that sounds.
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that they at that time that she had been to Dubai. She has a whole history of going to all sorts of different, but she has gone to several. Here,
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time. Things like that that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was. Has to be.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview? How
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because.
you know what?
husband Went there and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same trouble I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir, she said,
Okay.
not only that, your head is spinning when you. Some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska, so I was a real suffering. And that she Alaska, and I believe it. I think in my notes I had down that. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that, and I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes,
A triggering event?
yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay. Go ahead and play.
You're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and you like, this is not me. I do these things and I, you know what I'm saying?
This made this more. Is it possible that you did mistake? Yeah.
If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know,
Yep.
Again. I did not see him. What? See him, where did he see it?
Yeah.
As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gives, you know, you do give some pretty wacky stories about these things. There is a possibility she doesn't know clear that point. Do you think that's a possibility?
oh, I said that from the beginning, but I all over the place because I really, same job.
Is it possible you did that when you were on stage?
I was in a what state?
Could you stay in one of these states where you were never involved?
Oh, yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but was not an intention to hurt Gannon. Like, it was never like, no, absolutely not. I love Gannon. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I've had these kids from coast to coast, country to country. Like, that's not what do, what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like, I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting in this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. Would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't spend my whole life doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna win my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this stuff, I don't. You know? I mean, this doesn't know what that's. I mean, you don't take somebody out and go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet. Is that day you were pointing out? Yes. So I don't like, they don't even understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't buy somebody out clothes for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body. Tell me what's more. When you were in Australia. Yes. When? I think I told you 2017 or maybe 18. How did you just go? I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam. Other people. And Garrett Gannon's sister. I don't think they live with us in. Sitting from time to time. They want to get away from this place. Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer. I might just be on. If you get some of them. Because why I well, I bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all the stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. My life was much easier like that. Because I can help there. No, no, their it's what? No, Landon's mom. Landon, which was Gannon's mom's mom. Yeah. Gannon, this is Gannon's grandma. She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person to help me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call, I could help. I had other people who programs that I can be like, great, I need to go do this. I can drop them off here for the day. I had support. My first call job. I asked him what time. And yeah, he's by the way, what you would say was there, brother. And he said that he left a list, gave him a list of 12 explanations that he gave for what happened when because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a real flashback or not. Yeah. And I'll have a nightmare about something, so I'll know the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I'll wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because then I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not. Remember I said I thought this was just one big nightmare. So any of it, it's all running together, because sometimes I don't know what's going on, what's really not going on, you know what I mean? Then 1 minute something can happen and I'll switch personality and someone will say in the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, not schizophrenic voice, no, not easy, and it'd be like my other voice, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why, I can tell you 100% that I remember sitting on the couch, somebody knock, being in the garage, I'm gonna remember I being in the garage, I'm gonna go look at the windows, look at someone outside, seeing someone downstairs, but that was the things I could 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what was going on, so that's what I guess. Was like this dream or fantasy or you know that you have that influences what you think have. But I know I don't think it was just the neutral. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do I know? There's three people or something. I don't know. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because well, one person's telling me this, how do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. I told you. I know, I'm talking about them. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing two things. So how do we know? Whether we're in some community state. And it's not possible. What happened? It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. Who care? But you're like that. See the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're sitting there lost. Because there are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. Yeah, where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do with but in a sense, she's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably, there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you got that stuff, says it's a lot of preference. But let's try to find out why. I absolutely believe that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is a crime? Because I wish I would have just lived and eat my sweet just a kid. I don't know your face. I don't want to rather face kid charges. But who else to begin? Gannon wanted me to leave and not even tell how early. God, I should have just did it. Isn't that a brilliant idea? No, but at least we've been safe. At least we've been on the East Coast safe. Everybody safe. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, "You're going back. Mommy and Mom, I could stay with you and stay with Mommy and who's fine. His mommy, his nana, his poppy, and whatever. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that with your mom? No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there from here.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. And he was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So I said, what? So what? How did you? No, you gotta add that to the mix. Add that added on to me, trying to figure out. I was trying to leave, but yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe because I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that with the kids, Lena and Gannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever cross your mind that maybe Gannon was there? No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. She said, go ahead. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as they are not taken care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, a woman can get custody back if I help her because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home. But if it's killing again. Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. But I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. That would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out then with her. But talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose about it. Should have just took them with me, started the school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become a better parent. That's what I should have done. Love that day. That's what I should have done.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey.
Absolutely.
That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Toomey is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then If there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Cellini can ask you about that, okay? Is that
I
fair?
thought I was responding to what.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch? The fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. Say that there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking care of. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stout talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or words to that effect.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one-bedroom apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? I'm trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was.
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. Cellini, and also really it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions?
Yes.
I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, reflections, other data that she did seem to go. This was the rush. Knew already. It wasn't adding, oh, gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. thing is it possible? It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous
Okay.
discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that, you know, possible that this, or you are in the fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're going to have some follow-up. for
Probably.
that clip. It's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is, as opposed to,
I would appreciate that.
okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. And don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I can call last night at 4.
I understand that.
Take it.
Okay.
That's why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place, ready to go at 1:20. Because the jury's waiting, everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please.
All right, guys, she got reprimanded again for being late. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Everybody go have a good lunch. Be back here at 1:20 Mountain Time. That will be 3:20 Eastern Time. I know it's kind of difficult to hear this.
It'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
Sorry, I didn't want to miss what the judge was saying. 3:20 Eastern Time, 1:20 Mountain Time. Go hug somebody's neck. Click the like button if you haven't already. Don't forget to subscribe. I will see you guys back here in just a little bit. Enjoy your lunch and tell somebody about Gannon. Love you guys. Alrighty, guys, we are what, T minus 1 minute, something like that. I've got it pulled up, but we're not seeing anything yet. I am so curious if she's going to make it on time. Carla, you are absolutely cracking me up, talking about I'm on time more than she is, and she's here to testify. She's an expert, y'all. Like, this is funny. Debs, good to see you this morning, afternoon. Yes, this lady's the worst. Here we go. Tap the like button.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it.
Absolutely.
And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
Sounds good.
okay.
I hope you understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And once that may be her.
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her during the event.
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that,
Yep,
that's what we're
gonna
doing,
do.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead, bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Cellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine. It's her.
Just need my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And what's your notes or just the
Yeah.
bag?
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Let's, well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. Is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time?
Never had it.
You never had it.
I've seen it.
Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that, that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
What did have it available to anybody? Draw a clock and you
Mhm.
can that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called Ray's complex figure. It is
That.
and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of it the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should infer a copy of it and from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
That's what you'd rather be, you want to, with that word, you want to look at this?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
We had to have the ring lights off, Judge. I don't know. if we-
Yeah, and that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah, just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from, sense of, documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I
Okay.
I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth
Okay,
that we provided to,
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
okay,
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the
That's
video,
fine.
what we're talking about.
okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please.
Look how she side eyes the jury every time they walk in. Side eye.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So
I'm
we're starting
sorry.
it.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Again, Not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I wanna be. But that doesn't, yeah, because I don't wanna do that, like, that's not, so why do you have to much? You know, it'd be so intense, yeah. What your fix? I gotta say it's for good intentions, so, you know, it's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems, you know, it's for good. No, maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good, it's for someone, it's for me,
Really got into a pretty bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's happening? What's going on here? Can you see?
I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not, I am not a violent person.
Well,
I am not violent at all, but I am not gonna let people be tucked to bed, so I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to make somebody, okay? If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay, because that is what I do each and every time. I'm gonna always make sure that people are gonna be okay.
so I know what. Could you just let me?
Understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here, because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them.
Yeah,
Because it's what I have to do.
that is, you are the protector.
I'm going to always do that, because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that?
Understand now. They should let you know what they about everything. To protect. Where do you start when you protect? Yeah. You know where? Where? Do you know where you are?
Yeah.
And what I talked to Taylor. Taylor. Say, and I'm questioning. Taylor, do you know what just happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
What just happened?
You asked me about my grandpa.
I asked you to do that, and
We were talking about Fred.
then it's Bruce and Fred here. Prison though.
Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Lumberton, North Carolina.
Where?
Lumberton, North Carolina.
Yeah. We do know what just happened with you.
Fred.
No. Something really sketchy. Then, I spoke with you, with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't have anything.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, what is that?
Oh, I don't know. I just think,
Who is the protection?
sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about credit, that's all I remember.
You know, you told me that it was a kind of phase. Things. Who would be the protector?
Oh, my protector is Maria.
Maria, I would like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
Whatever it is, I love it for you.
Yeah.
You look at such a kind of. Taylor, where is your special place? You go when, say, Maria's in
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
well, I would like to go there and let me know with Maria. And we'll do it. Yeah. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people say, is that correct?
I think she does, for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you can hear me. And you know I am.
Okay, we paused it at an hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. Self. With themselves by Mark. He said, get to was told me or used hypnosis much, whether it's known that dissociative individuals very so you always that's this. If you're talking with a kid or with somebody, the problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we foster that we are find out more. You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from aggressive patients, but from a private. That is that by and large, they have a special place because it is known that say there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're sometimes they don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply what happens to you? Where do you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to the so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special?
And let me stop. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If, well, if you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Miss Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know. That was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me,
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
but you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typical Maria or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-listed.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said.
she said, can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said,
That's
right?
right, yeah,
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
right,
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not sure what the point of it.
the point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. It doesn't have, it does, this is not a total different unit. It's not a consistent person who remembers in order to fool you and always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? This, so far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should
Is that
have
logical?
your logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
I thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court
But-
that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you
There
just,
it is. There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. that somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
these are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young, and let's see if
At least.
they are what he understands them to be.
Yeah, I've seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini, we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her, when she's already
That's
told
fair.
the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify, and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
just ask
recess.
that Mr. Tellini join me in that, so
Yep,
we're looking at the same
That's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
5-8, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini?
I don't.
Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copies of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
Want
And
me to take those and have one of our people start copying it now?
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom, and it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that
Perfect.
will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy, then it's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It's absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
Hang tight, guys.
Thank you.
I'm
May
going to
all be
restart
seated.
this and see if I can
Court
get a
will
better
recall
view.
20
Hold
CR
on.
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tomini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stout, correct?
Hang tight, guys. I'm restarting it. I don't know why it's so fuzzy since they came back from lunch.
Stout, yes or no?
I gave them to, yeah, they
Okay.
are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time,
Much
I'm going to
friendly.
ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tellini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of is having. As far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, what I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. What do you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure.
Because
You recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication of mine to this,
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
to the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Tellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis,
question.
the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is
Okay.
sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We'd move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection.
Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, you may now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head, it was most important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I say it can be addressed again. But I did not think of
Okay.
that thing withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve the document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I was supposed to, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think it's, I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that, Mr. Delaney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be,
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis,
We could get
I would
this
like
later.
Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. And we're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of it again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Darn, we got the screen.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that she said that she didn't know who you are. Who was it? Okay. Because you didn't know who was Taylor. I didn't write out. You did not.
It's finding them together, but I can let her know. Again, it was just for T, their baby TA, it's also a child, right? And here is the subject, it's with a lefty.
Letecia.
Who is it?
Letecia.
That is Letecia. And so Taylor, that's why you said when you,
What was Letecia?
this, she's a lefty.
Okay, you said you need to talk to her. Letecia, that's all.
Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that?
Yeah.
Okay, and Letecia just not saying the left hand, because, you Taylor are. Just. Give me number. And he said, Taylor, okay, I am. To. Oh. I don't need to play favorites. You're important. Important. And each of you seeing to the future. Yes. So, yes, she does not know. Wait, it's a. Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers any. Who said that? Was that, that's a. So Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her,
Not me.
not Taylor. You know, that I can talk to.
Yeah.
Mary, so here. So,
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I'm saying? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. Yeah, so that's why. You see
But
what I'm
I need to talk to Maria, because I think that Maria knows a lot more what happens than Letecia.
right? See, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. And I mean, she gets mad. Because I like the good, not the bad. Bad. You see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to Maria. So it's-
Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying?
You do a lot more.
Yeah. She don't always agree with the good.
Or what you think is.
Right. Okay. Well, my, I just need to do good. You know, do good to people, do right by people. Yeah. You think I,
Sometimes I feel bad.
no, I'm saying, I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so
You
she,
think something's good than anything else.
right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me.
Well, yes, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. To be the strong and do fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right.
I try to like be the mediator, or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate. Do good to people.
What happens when you move? What happens when you temper is the best? What happens to you then?
Take over. And then, takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them.
Do they know what's you?
Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like, able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how you guys
They
doing?
don't even know it's you.
Oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then I can take it if they're like that.
I'm not scared of much. How straight are you with me?
Hmm?
How honest are you?
I'm honest with you.
And if you want to ask them, right? Well, you can change your mind. Maybe. What happens?
Taylor.
You know, spoke to Maria Taylor, someone signed with Taylor, and Maria thought, it's not there. I didn't Maria sometimes Taylor, because you see it's blamed for stuff. You kind of go, where? And this with you.
Taylor,
Where you want to tell
so what happened was, you don't tell you what happened?
Sure.
Okay, so, the night of January 27th, 2020, I had, um, reported Gannon missing because he was. You had, what is it? I had, so it was January. So, 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was, well, because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that just the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Something had already happened to me. No, nothing had happened to him. But we were saw that after a while. And you were there. Right, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was. Well, I was in this. Guess he was the house or he was hiding it, I'm not sure, that's why. I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everyone. Talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to. You want to do right by the TC. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always. Um, But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to Gannon. Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or? What you told me. Really? Yes. So as we were, I'm just keep going, like, I'm just gonna keep going. So, he was missing and then I called out and I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Cause I realized that it started to rain, get cold outside. And then when was the first one, he was born. When he was dead. And do so. I did try to bring him back. And started praying over him and trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, he didn't. Where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your arms. Where had you found it? I don't remember where I found it. Just I don't know. So you know he was in your arms. Letecia, if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that, because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to. No, I didn't. No, no. What was supposed to? Was not supposed to die, no. So, someone had made one person that she, something else. No. What was? What was the, what? Was not supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Who? It wasn't supposed to be. Was it supposed to be? And our, it was. No, what did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. It's really any. I'm not a Gannon, and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone. I didn't know that was Gannon. Okay, no circumstances, I think you just can't have this. Were you doing something? It's not a word. Did you do something with what was your? Did it was to me? It didn't look like someone else. Oh. You don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand, someone was in the home, okay? Yes, they're in the home, yeah. Someone big, okay? They're going to hurt everyone, okay? They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone. Everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did, all I did was grab the gun. And what happened? You saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did, okay? All I did. You don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house, okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do, I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill, that's what I do, but trained to kill, I'm trained to kill. That's what I do, trained to kill, okay? That's what I do, I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill, okay? That hurts anyone or that hurts the people that I care about. Okay, so you kill, yes, yeah, that hurts. You didn't care. Yes, and that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. You fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you old. Yes. And then. That's what I did. killed the man, okay? Yeah. Boom. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and her family and for deserves. So short. Because Letecia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Who was it? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, which is what I do. She was upset, everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened at Trident. Who did this? You tried to turn this into police? What? You tried to turn it into police? I'm not doing police. No. I'm just double up. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just try. Need money. Maria Sanchez. Maria. Maria Sanchez. Maria Sanchez. You know what I think? Right, I think you're sitting with your normality. You want to know it's invisible. No. No, I have jobs to do. I have to drop in early. You do jobs. Only what? What does he see? Medication. I always have, I always have perfect. For which? Who do you turn this information to? Us. Gypsy people. I don't have to do that. No, you don't answer. I'm just trying to, I want something. I think you can tell, I don't think you would have. No, I know too. I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's so very tough, you know? Because if you're letting the strong arm thing. So. Right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cabinets when I dressed. I was. I don't copy them. I don't copy them. You don't do that or you don't mind them? I don't know. You don't can't this. Why don't you? Just tell me. You just know. The favor.
Are they times? Times are they?
Ever strong at them.
I can see that. I think we all have a fantasy that I'm strong. Yeah. I wouldn't want to help my defender, but
Do you need anything else from me?
you don't need anyone.
Do you need anything else from me?
Any,
Do you need anything else from me?
yeah. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of what looked to you like something as nice and Letecia. You shot from and the person where it was went down and you then left.
And we all done correct jobs.
Well, the job wasn't really done, because as I understand it, I haven't seen.
And then I have to go about it.
How do you do sort of not, never that, you
I do it every time,
know, in general,
multiple times.
like,
To go.
Yeah, so.
What did you do?
so. Well, you had to bring it, so, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts, so that's, so you don't just work for the DVC,
Okay. But I had to protect her before in Mexico.
you did,
I had to protect her before in Mexico.
you did,
I did.
you protected always. Wow, how old was she? When you first,
My days is different than yours.
you're what?
My years are different than yours.
How old were you?
28.
You're healthy,
28.
28. So, she was without you. So 11 years old.
I'm always 28. I always look this way.
Yeah, she's very young. So for 11
My years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try.
I imagine her mysticals. Yeah. Yeah.
Very different.
So you have you did you protect her from the time he arrived for what was that? What was happening to her when you protected her?
Who's going to see this information?
Please,
I don't see anyone else.
what?
I don't see anyone else.
I did not without her permission. Her permission means. If, and we'll talk about, would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So they will do that. And, I think, I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like, if we use this, these would only be in Leticia's favor to get Leticia's help and some. So, maybe some educated, good, practical names. When are you good?
No, absolutely.
Take a look over there. Got a group there.
And I see what I want.
You always see black and white? Yes. Me too. Yes. You. Seriously, I didn't, never told me. So, dealers, for one thing. You've been very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself putting the spray?
No, I'm very good.
You are, this is what I do. Well, you do it, I know you're very great to trust. But we will only slowly talk about it. And if it does not help Letecia, I'm
Just stays here.
I think, my goodness, you worked pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or something? Let's come back in 2 or 3, and let's look. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see you between 2 or 3. I do need the promise.
It only promises that you
Okay, I have a request. I would like you not to hurt me and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you think this real, whatever, tell me. You'll only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you know who they are? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah. She doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. He, I hope, was really, was, I would know, and they asked, and that, I don't know. But I would come back, and I would know he was so. Yeah. Okay, why don't we take a some. Maria, I have something that I'm very much to the lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize him.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked, when we at her, and, I had asked her. Could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Understand it. Here. Cameras be on us, and that there be company. I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Retired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the characters they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. That I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a good system.
Okay, so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I used to try, you did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying, I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth and her identity and who she is good.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that there's down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was at different.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may be, they may be there, like, they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Have to then follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her expression change. You saw what this person said, change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that thing, this is this tissue.
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I am
Okay.
trying to do that. I'm
Can,
saying.
can you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't.
Oh.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating a monster necessarily in his year. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna.
yes, you do probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
Can we agree to disagree on that? Please.
See the first game.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I don't want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good place.
there will be a bit of break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unfit balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say Alentente. Acte Radit Letecia say Gannon Maria say Mena Sana in Conversano Vetera Desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this,
And so now like confesso. I, Maria, confesso, we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know, I just told you it says foundation and that.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way the thread accurate.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was in Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah.
We would be once. They did.
It's not Portuguese. That's what I said, maybe like
The something. Maria, then Sana. Maria isn't, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Then Sana in Conversano. Veterated son. Well, maybe have these and photocopy them. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Gannon. Lydia, AKA. What is Lydia?
I don't know. I don't.
We say defending, something about defending. And for us to do this is not take it out, which would be kind of a free.
You take a lot of languages.
Like saying French, so. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not, I get by. So anybody here? No.
It's-
I don't know.
Yes.
Let's see. Oh, that's the lady, it's been her for a while, she keeps going back to her husband, she be on.
And why did you get here?
She gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young, like, the man who sleep in her breast. Yeah, it was. And I don't know, old she keeps getting in trouble when she.
Let's start.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to.
Yeah.
Well, could have been Claire. Oh, I always looking it up. That's but Requiem started Patrons, I think from the Mass, resting peace, right? That's about it. But you believe that is a confession from Maria?
Well, I was the one where I thought it was the O.
Yeah, the confession.
That's the other rest.
Says that.
Well, because that's why I say the red, the B, was why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't.
So,
Other than that, that's why it was Spanish.
she wants to go in.
Right.
So she's but it's from wrong.
So I was the only one was Spanish, so I figured out something.
Um, Do you think that Maria did it?
Well, I didn't,
Civil.
I remember it. And just had little flashbacks or whatever.
What are the flashes?
Just remember blood
Yeah,
and
take from the appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave.
just remember seeing someone in my cave.
When
I remember seeing someone in my cave.
you remember seeing
I heard a baby crying.
have you been flying with them?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Really? See this.
I just remember a baby crying and seeing someone in my cave.
Okay, this is second interview. So tell me about the person in the cave.
So the person was in like a red and black cave.
Yeah. How big a person?
I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot.
Man,
I was a man.
a man. Tall. 6 feet. And saying, how would songs? Well,
I just remember being like in a room in a corner or something, I hate making fun of him. Was he in the corner or women? No, the man was in the cave in the corner. The man was in the cave in the corner. The cave was red and black. I thought yesterday, I remember Maria said that Gannon got up and was in the cave. Because I don't remember Gannon. No. No. Josh, yesterday, I mean, I had thought that the picture was of Gannon in the cave. I realized even, I never wanted to be Gannon.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, it was a man and
Yeah.
a rose up. And where was Gannon during? I don't know. And, it would help, if I thought the record was Maria, because she relates. And he could probably control it. She said, I tried. So that, yeah, it's been the words if we try, even she really never found. She would there, or they, well, I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of the launch? And I'm going to go to because if someone put it on, sure they all the same, but then guys are really terrible. Let it go here. No, they just always be. Oh my God. Yes.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:30.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Let me shut my door. Ooh, let me get me up here. Whoa. Okay. First of all, can y'all hear me? Let me get a blue heart in the chat for Gannon if you guys can hear me. Are you there? Are you there? So she freaking just asked her attorney for a book, that big whatever, and sets her head down on it. Oh, and then that made it look too much like she was actually laying down. So then she had to ask for the other book. So now it's up a little bit higher and she's over here. She's so disrespectful, y'all. Someone in her life when she was younger really needed to talk to her about choices and needed to spend time with her. I think that Letecia, she got away with just talking a lot and nobody wanted to hear what she had to say. So they were like, okay, Letecia, and just let her go on about her business. And then she felt like she was accepted and she was doing great. And really, someone needed to tell her that if you act this way and if you are this way in life, you make these choices, you're going to end up in an orange jumpsuit in a courthouse facing life in prison for murder. And look what happened. Nobody, I would beg to say, she didn't have that. And I'm not trying to feel sorry for her or anything like that, but the level of childishness, say that 5 times fast, the number of childishness things and actions and choices she has made just today, just in this trial that we've been watching, just for the, over the last 3 years. I can't imagine her whole life. She needed to grow up. She needed someone to push her and tell her and show her the way. And maybe I'm just thinking maybe she didn't have that, and maybe life would have been a little bit different for her, because she still is kind of like, while she knows, like, her level of I don't give a is gone. And I kind of sympathize with that part. I don't want to end up ever that way, but I could see where one who has fully given up on themselves and caring about anything would lead them. But Letecia, this is ridiculous. This expert that you guys brought up for your defense, yeah, you picked the wrong one. She is like pissing the court off, in my opinion. I just, yeah, I'm at awe, and I really hope that none of this aids in an appeal, which I feel like it would. And so far, we're still good and court's still going, but I guess it could very well cause a mistrial at some point. They're trying to sneak in evidence. They're, meeting and conspiring on the side. They've got family members sitting in on evaluations. It's kind of weird. So anyway, take a break, guys. I feel like we've had a lot of breaks. Hit that like button. Give me some blue hearts in the chat. So good to see you guys.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video.
Okay,
concludes.
and how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible, sorry.
Okay,
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today, if we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis. That would be acceptable. report.
if we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
I
no,
told them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right,
Yes.
so.
She said good.
Okay, so, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me.
Okay.
So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the home where does say really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on it, or let the sideburns on it. Yeah, yeah, that's it. But. So. Ready? Ready? What is caught your attention? What do you see? Did they go? Maria, I think it's not for me. Which story is letter? Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Maria. Tell me that. Can you read it to me? And what the language it's in? And
What is that?
How many? What does it mean?
Mhm. Kind of important. It's really. It's. We just.
What do you want me?
Beg your pardon?
What do you want me?
You should read that.
What do you mean?
No, just the.
Or,
Well, up here. Do you see my hand?
what do you want me?
I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate?
Of course, I can.
Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it?
That's. Those. I don't know.
What is the letter?
I don't know. And both of them.
And when that
Let's see. And what's it?
too fast for me.
I don't know.
Yeah,
What is it? Yeah.
I voluntarily
Self-defense.
self-defense, yeah. I confess in self-defense, what did you do?
You.
I had the impression that we don't want Letecia to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than she.
Maybe it was.
Mm.
Um, you told me. For
What is her name? Or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Just whether or not is in part of the negative soul, but harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And how old is her? And who molested her? And who's it? In that. Pardon?
Leticia's dad.
Leticia's dad molested. That is respecting. Molested harmony. As of yet. Leticia. And who is harmony's son? I think it's just yeah. Just for the words of the mother. If you sit harmony as a baby. She's 10 years old and she's molested by her step.
Gannon was arrested.
And Gannon was molested by step. By who? Which who, like molested Gannon and Harmony. I beg your
But I understood that.
I understand about molested Gannon and Harmony. And Harmony is 10 years old. When was Gannon molested? And he was 10 years old. And it's like,
I don't know.
how do you know this?
You know,
Letecia Stauch. How did you know? And
she wasn't going to help. She was going to handle it herself.
Letecia,
Yes.
she's the man, so. Oh, she, like, really interested.
It's all we got to do.
Well, it's kind of putting two and two together.
So they
True,
might.
she's been at with herself. I'm confused. Where's like, what is like that?
I did not know this thing.
You don't know his name, but you know his first name's like.
Yes.
And he bothered again. How did you?
Did I bother her?
I thought you said that he left it wrong.
No. Harmony spelled that in the thing.
I thought that was the same one.
No.
Who was somehow extended.
James.
Oh, my James, the one who molested
Letecia.
Letecia. Tell me about the trip to Florida.
I did not go to Florida.
Pardon me?
I did not go to Florida.
You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you, after Gannon died, you said you're the one who shot him.
I did not go to Florida.
Why?
Because why would I go to Florida?
To Florida?
Mhm.
Because, Letecia went with Gannon after he died.
I had to go to.
What work did you do while they were in Florida?
I was doing other jobs,
Like what?
taking care of other people,
Really getting rid of them?
you know,
What?
took a lot of money.
Pardon me?
I didn't make a lot of money.
I really do.
I'm money laundering.
How do you walk away? Through what?
I can tell you, don't see this.
Have you ever killed anyone?
In Mexico,
Ever?
I snapped on this manner.
Who?
Someone who was going to Letecia.
Who is the
Someone who was going to Letecia.
holding? Heard of them? Who?
What is it?
Who?
Job was done, over around, and job was done.
So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, for that. Not too many do that.
It's the job.
Do you have family?
I don't need them.
Did you know that?
They all die.
Really? What?
You should know this.
What?
Do you think I would go around protecting people going in without having a backstory?
What's that story? You don't say.
Of course not.
So Why did Letecia take Gannon down? She did not. How much did
No, she would not.
what makes you say?
Because I already know. I mean, you do know.
Pardon?
I mean, you do not know.
As I understand it, was down here.
I mean, you're wrong.
I think
Currently, you're wrong.
some wrong that.
You do not know.
Pardon?
You do not know.
No,
You don't know.
do you know?
I know people.
Why did she get rid of Gannon's body?
She did not do that.
Who did? Did you?
No, rather people, like I said.
Or
I know other people, like I said.
so did you get something? So you got something to toss.
Like I said, I know.
Tell me, after Gannon was found, how did you consider getting into when is that kid? How did you manage her?
If I didn't get to the hospital.
But him, she was not strong.
Lena tried to help her.
Her
Lena tried to help her.
lady tried to help her. Was the other there?
And of course, Lena was better.
And what did Lady do?
She helped her carry him to the bar.
What about her?
No, she was sleeping.
She was what? She was a child. They grew up.
No, not the picture. But she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere.
Yeah. So she wasn't there when you
I wasn't speaking.
she stayed asleep. It's my understanding. It's you. That you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be Gannon?
Not to me.
How did it happen there? How did it turn out to Gannon?
Later on, it was fine. But it was supposed to be.
I don't get it.
I had to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned. Figure out
How did you?
to call some friends, for the puppies and some moms. Figure it out, you know.
So there were two people.
No, I had to call some friends to help me out, you know.
You had to call some friends to help you out to do what?
To get into the body.
But what of the man in the cave?
We both found a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not.
It was Gannon.
But I have to put these together.
Do you have any idea why Gannon, in your recollection or at the time, seemed to be a man in the cave?
I don't know.
What that's wonderful. Just like you figure out the news. Here, I think teacher showed that Gannon was on that blanket, right? Do you see? See, everything on the blanket. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man?
There could be a possibility, but to me it was a cave. But to me it was a cave.
Yeah, but I was wondering because then it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gun. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot?
He's going too far, but he's the other. I think that purpose.
And then I was here.
Why would a man be in a house with a cave?
No. Do you
You allow men in normal into cave?
think that the person had a man with a gun?
Or don't you prove a man is in normal?
That I didn't know. Probably wrong like that. When did you, I do different things, I did. You mean you should. Correct. Special training. Yeah. In my past. Who were you in your past life? I already told you, I can't tell you about my family. And then tell me if you told me about your past. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gannon to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have Letecia first. You have to. Protect Letecia first. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida, would not be protected for that. Getting rid of them. I cannot be very trouble. The protectors. Yeah. Associate that. If you not have a motion to evidence. I think we take it in motion. Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not gonna cry for the. So what happened? What is going to do? But then they did the. How do you feel about talking with me? Are you a am I what? Are you a director? Oh, what? A director? Dirt? So. Correct. A threat, you're a director. This. Yeah. I do my best to help produce. So I do, and then but if I had emotions, yeah. I can cry. You can. If I cry, you lose your power. So if I add myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to. That's how. Can Letecia well? Sometimes. She tried to look on that and she cannot. But when did you first come to Letecia? A very long. How old was she? Maybe like 16, 15, 16. It's not that long. She's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have to listen. Pardon me? She didn't have to listen. That doesn't quite explain why you came. She gets herself in a lot of trouble. Well, everything told her she worked herself into my she lived in the back. Yeah, and what she did. Yeah, I don't have to communicate effectively. Yeah. Gets herself in one of the problems she should be involved in. She's covered. What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What was that? You saw it in me. Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that? Do you really know why she does the drugs? Why she does? You do really know why she does the drugs? Why she does? Why she does the drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs? Because our stepdad trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her farm drugs. Oh, geez. which is number 6. Jane suggests selling her for being right to would not see. That's not. What was that under?
He was making a driver about a car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her family for drugs. His nephews.
Did she not do? Did she?
No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know how to have it work.
She hit him with a board. Who?
James.
When you saw that boy, when the man was with the cake, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is if you were anything kind of mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something.
He hit his head on the road.
He hit his head on what?
On the road.
On the floor? I don't think you've seen the
Picture of like that. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseball in the floor in the wood.
you have to jump up something.
It was on the floor. There was baseball sticking out of the road. Doesn't mean hit his head. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball in the road.
Doesn't fit.
Okay, this is what happened.
Look at the picture.
He hit his head.
On top of his head.
And then that's all that is.
You love who you are.
That's all it means.
So James was trying to sell Letecia. Pardon? When she was a teen. What would you do?
He laid down cocaine.
Yeah.
And she was driving around with the cocaine.
He didn't go out either.
There's kids in the family.
Who? Yeah.
There's babies in the back.
Why baby? Well, that's,
She has siblings.
so,
And Cici has siblings.
didn't understand.
And Cici has siblings in the back.
She said that, so she didn't work.
Julie.
How old was she?
I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there since the time.
How long did she have to? What's to do some trains
For the year.
and then
You know, with the board.
and so
She beat him with the board and he found.
she beat James's board. Where
In his home. He's with.
did he die?
No, James was 70. But he didn't know anymore.
Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you feel? Because it didn't do it anymore. So you had to be very tough.
He was asleep. Took a long word. went to sleep, I took her on board, just being really on. You say you don't know what the pain or drunk or when we're high, at least you had no reason to show for it. How Chinese, that was me. That was Chinese. Yeah, it was. And that was when I was trying to follow everybody's hand. Something super real. Very exciting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the queen? You know, say Letecia. James Water case. James Water case. James for a lot of things. You should drive with these girls. Did he expose this one? Funny. You don't really want the case because he thought he was a superhero. He thought he was a superhero. You feel. He was brown nose. He was all from the oh. Probably to the blind, you know. I'm sorry, didn't Charlie go along when they were going to Florida. Charlie went along with her, didn't she? No, isn't she? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. Yeah. How did she know? Nothing. She not having nothing. Did you know that Gannon was in the back? No. There's no Gannon in the back, no one. Someone else help. Someone else got my rate to push you, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. Really? From what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida. And then after she got rid of the suitcase, and she did not do that. I already told you I had someone else to do that. Well, whoever. But it was put Gannon in her suitcase and kept him there, and then went down to Florida and saw it. And then he tossed him off the side of the bridge. I did because I had nothing to do with this, yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that. I think that's someone else. Well, one time, I already told you this, but if he knew that, she wasn't aware of that. But she was down in Florida. Of course she was. So what was she doing? But she was going to move to Florida. She was going to move to Florida. She was going to move there. They want. That's her same place. I don't know who we must go out. You think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then I think we can let her. What would you get away from? I mean, that's good. And women. I don't know. And if he was inside, everyone, he was the worst of us. Since she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, you think you don't have any words. I just want to see about what happened to get. I've been trying to go up every day.
new stuff. And he wants to kill himself because of what happened every day. Oh, my. You got the questions on the tummy. So she's so terrible, isn't she? This, you want to put it. Multiple things. Involved what it is. Doesn't mean that they had running hard, most of her head open. If she does to fill us in. Would you make a deal with me and keep her saying no? Or something everything. Is all her part. How old is she? Started with saving the food. I feel we started with Visine. Visine and for food. The boys ever told? Here. And what happened? Did they find it? No, but they didn't even. Pardon? Another thing found him. Another related, they tell. No, they did not snitch. It's probably. Should I jump off the top there? To jump off the top too? Yes. And what happened? By the game. And what you jump? Would you just throw it down? Where did you, I threw it down the step? Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? That would end. Yeah. Why would you think so? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people. This is for good. But you have someone like her, but she thinks that she did it, right? You have someone like her who don't work. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe he had, here, coming in. How did you do it? I was driving to run, that was someone else's hand. Yeah. No. Someone need to shoot on. You? Oh. Perfect. I need to kill. But I wouldn't practice shots. Well, you feel less. Who's in the cake was, yeah, it's not. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. The should versus the correct. And incorporating. That's it, they. I don't need my social life. I don't need my social life, cinch on my socials. I'm probably. So did the best, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No, so where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't. And I got training the rest of them. Long time ago. Different life. How many months? There's a professional we should find that out. Are you? You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, like we seem to care about Letecia, that you're thinking it's kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty low.
No, it's very rarely.
But this is pretty serious.
What are my odds? They're very, very slim.
What else?
Usually I never call client things.
Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone takes the blame.
But I always take over her. You think the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake, they outweigh.
You take over her.
And the good outweighs the bad, and
What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her. And you have to make it all right.
from the very beginning, that I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I may have special powers, but I'm not perfect.
What's the out there? Oh, I mean, this is a.
Right? Do you think I have to make a mistake?
I think
Do you think I have to make a mistake?
you.
Do you think I have to live when I make a mistake?
No. I can't understand the word.
Do you think I have to live when I make a mistake?
Yes.
Do I like living when I make a
We like
mistake?
everybody, do you?
No.
No. So what do you do yourself?
Try harder this time.
But you say that the good you've done has correct. When she was in, what did you?
I didn't start helping her until she's old.
Until,
I didn't start helping her until she was old.
how old was she? Still
A teenager.
And what did you do for her?
I took her from James.
And how did you do that?
He could her in the pool one time when she could not swim.
On Saturdays,
He threw her in the pool when she could not swim.
he threw her in a pool and she went swim.
She could swim really, really good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks. I saved her.
How do you say that?
Put her in the leg elbow. She would float.
Did you? And he threw her in a pool. Tell me, Maria, does anyone else know about this? Like the pool?
Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina.
Who was there?
Was at Miss Pearl's house.
And
Brenda went there to Pearl's house.
I'm sorry,
Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda.
Brenda, we all went to. I don't know Brenda.
I don't know him.
I don't think so was Brenda.
She's kind of losing the other.
She's what?
Kind of losing the other.
She tells her. Does she sometimes take over?
No, Brenda's family.
Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for, the teacher's aide.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful.
He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she's swimming.
Her.
And he was with James.
Her.
So who would know that? Besides you.
Maybe I speak to Pearl.
Can you do that? Do you know Pearl? Or you know?
We don't know.
Pardon?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do.
Okay.
I can ask Brenda.
And
She lives in Georgetown.
so they have the house, what he done?
Stay there.
They do.
He laughed and thought it was funny. He's crazy. He's dead, right? So he was great. Of course. What else did you know? She ran in the car and tried to kill herself. When was it? Was that? Tell me about the car. She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a dream. And did you do anything to help? What did you do? I helped her get out of the car. Get out of the car to safety. What do you do when she wants to kill herself? Well, she's been part of that she was living. So she tried to kill herself and she thought she saw the lights in her car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he in the car? She thought she already saw him. Really? So she told him that he. Who knows her? About her, she's very little before you came. Who knows about her? Does anyone know her? Knows who's getting. I don't know. She had friends, but I have friends, but she doesn't. Why did you come? Because she did not have anyone. She did not have everything. She did not have a partner. Maybe I don't know everyone. But you had another one. Yeah. Yeah. And you? I didn't think that. Of what? I think I. Ready for the other now, tell me. Did you kill him? No. But not what you should. Sad point. So you have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'll still predict her. How will you protect her? So many of her girls. And so, what's not trying to work, but I'll still protect her. And how will you protect her from taking the lead in all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from? Yes. What about mental pain? I can control that. It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good call. May I ask these people here if they have any questions? I don't answer to them. Let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
How did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that?
Special right. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon get to Florida?
I called some friends that he told you.
Of them.
I called some friends that he told you.
alarm there. And then she went up to Seth. Who she? TC.
I told you my involvement in this. I told you my involvement in this, and I don't have to tell you who I called.
Why?
This is important.
Well, it's,
That's what the already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, hardly they can.
That has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge with Harley.
how do you feel about it?
That has nothing to do with me, ma'am.
I'm just asking you, how do you feel about it?
Except that Letecia,
Even from Harley? Excuse me? Even from Harley?
I don't think it's Carly if she needs me to, but I almost look at Letecia.
You would protect her.
Her.
You did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You want what was it? Unwise that.
There wasn't trying to cross him out, I remember said that. They were not trying to cross him out.
What were we doing? What do you think? First of all, it's not really right.
They were not trying to cross him out.
But he went.
So you want me to give you a good statement, what the person told me? You know, that's not how I get it for what?
I just. Yeah, so why did you hear?
Person was saying because they did not get the money. To get rid of the body.
Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, would have cut me.
Correct. It would have been disposed of the,
So what did they miss about there?
the money didn't come out else.
Sorry.
Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out.
So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people.
She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money.
She was not in her right mind. What kind of state with you?
I don't know how to control the things.
Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind either.
Because I told her to do something that she did not know.
Would you tell her?
She was supposed to leave the car to get the money.
Yeah.
And she did not do that.
What did you do instead?
She was probably driving wrong routes. It was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place.
Okay, it's the wrong route.
Correct.
Yeah. So she, it was, no, the deal was on.
Correct.
But
But
then
I made it.
you made the deal and where Kirby was from. But still, apparently she did get rid of the bottle. She tossed it.
I just told you, she did not need the people. The people were here, they did not have their money.
I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car.
Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money.
If they tossed the body,
Yes, she never had the body.
really she did.
She did not take the body to the guard down.
Who took the body? Or,
You just asked me this question.
Yeah.
They're not accepting the truth.
well, I'm confused.
Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she tried to stupid.
But there's,
There is no thing, there is no evidence of her having the bodies there.
wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't a big,
That's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time. No,
Suitcase with the body, according to Harley, was in the van.
no, that's the thing.
That's what Harley says.
Or no, there was.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it was intent to There was no bill. The people did not meet.
Again, you know, like that's fine.
There was no fire.
No, like cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. She doesn't know. It's something that we're really on. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it is.
That's a cut.
So there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't. I don't know. No. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
Whatever you put up in the board.
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them,
Where you put it up.
when you shot them, did you know?
Where you put it up. I don't know if it was like what. Where you put it.
You did not.
When I thought it was something.
Yeah, but who was? Did you think it was the devil?
No, I don't know words. Then straight right and keep the answer you worked out.
Yeah.
So you went up as a foot.
Yeah. But the person to know identity. No, no, no. How did you feel when you realized it was Gannon?
I told you I did not know it. I know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotion to know that I did it.
I don't
No, I didn't say. But sure, pain.
know. I think that you do that.
I don't have feelings.
What if you feel it's been out of the planning board?
I don't have feelings about that.
I didn't say nothing.
I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia.
What?
Because of your. And if she's upset, I'm upset.
She said, you know, we suggested, underneath that, try to put the song. You do. You're acting with you, and you're so good at staring puppets. Every time. But, I think that if you feel bad when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah.
Maybe.
It's a good song, you know? It's a good song. Do you know anyone who knows, why they had to farm and who helped carry it? Do you know anyone who could help you or?
No, I didn't take part. I told you I didn't.
Is it
I told you I didn't.
because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry it? You do.
She already told you that she will take good care of that. She already told you. You do not understand. She cannot know who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke?
Look, it's like,
It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke?
what else would they say?
That is the, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is.
You mean they would kill me?
You don't understand, it's not funny, it's not made up, it's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that.
Can you tell me what's in Letecia family? Who is involved with research?
She doesn't have a family, what is wrong with you people?
Among friends.
Do you think she went about a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal?
And so that's how she got all the money.
Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and tell you this?
No.
Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those.
Kind of.
She's definitely not going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's not gonna definitely tell you that. Most other people die. She's not. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen,
Do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that
you guys live in a perfect world, and it's
kind of big time.
you live in a perfect world, it's not a game, I don't do games, games are stupid.
But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind.
Absolutely. When it comes to that part, absolutely. If you answer to what you want to cover. But I would never give you answers. Cannot.
Well, we don't really want to know. A lot of we just want to know how. How. Yeah. Or that into these gigs. You know, who is 60? It's not struggling to do all that. So,
What's the because I'm strong enough.
so maybe, but
Maria has enough powers. You not see me? You not see the muscles I have?
so you're saying that you could help.
I can do anything.
Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could help out getting that cut?
Whatever this calls out. Again,
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
and he's back. You don't know if patient has a bad opinion.
No.
You promise.
Absolutely.
He had enough in his head. Didn't I? Didn't know it was him. It was someone okay. But it's not moving the name. If I did it, that's what I was talking about. That's why I want to service. It wasn't a bad thing. You won't be in a bad thing.
You say here,
Yes.
what kind
So,
of apartment,
statement.
the kitchen line?
Yes.
How did you get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know here inside.
Uh,
It's her name. It's what I was in it. I was down to
How do you get started?
started stuff doing this. Pulling the gun southeast.
You pulled it with a gun and then
I told her we had the gun sideways moving off. Service. She's on killing.
would you put it with the gun? You dropped it out and it was ever found.
I don't know, but that
Do you know? Was it found?
was probably a picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him, he was gone for a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would, but I hope that they noticed from blood on the thing, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who called them?
Because if the other guy said it was Gannon. And she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, nothing ever happened. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She just fix it, make everything back to be the way it was, nothing ever was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
And she was trying to dig into the hospital, and Lena was digging up the spine, and go to the hospital. So Lena was digging the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena,
Lena, is that Lena?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Was making that fact.
I was making this something. Trying to breathe. It was trying to get him to breathe. They him out because could not breathe.
She was,
They doesn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
How
How
did
did I?
Or did you, when you struck the gun, who did you?
There was allergies. And no,
Who did you say first?
when he came out of the hospital,
But you didn't recognize it.
no, the great call Meg
Did you think it was James?
thought it was someone in the cave. You could have been a monster. Anyone.
Who was the one who kept, case?
James.
James, yeah, but
I think it was James.
Irving Harmony.
pardon?
Harmony.
I still don't understand. No,
Harvard thought it was James.
what,
Did Harvey come out?
That's the baby times for me.
the baby cries.
It's Harmony.
Did Harvey hit Gannon with anything?
I don't think so. She did, I don't know. So nobody took. Nobody took. At all.
But then with Harvey trying to hurt James.
But Harmony was a little baby.
She's 10. Nobody was trying.
Her question might seem odd. You know, I don't know, but, as you were. Would you ever hear? Yeah. The reason I'm asking is, it is very, very, very common for someone stands for all things Letecia. So, because they can start. Much of their lives, they hear of the sometimes they'll, I think you saw, don't know if he was a virgin baby, but he was always brought in baby energy. But very early on, toward forever, time here, and it's interesting. Have I never heard the name Harmony? What did
Can we talk?
what?
Can we talk?
You have to ask Letecia.
Before you go back to Oregon City, what do you,
It's going to be so random.
where did
It's just going to be so random.
you?
You know, I'm sure it's so random.
Why would you do that?
You know, what I'm saying, she doesn't have enough for me to tell you that he has a knife. She didn't want me to tell you because she doesn't want me to be painted as a bad boy.
You must have felt he needed it. And indeed he did.
Why did he have the knife?
So Travis got the knife when he didn't get his foot. He reckon he's so burdens.
Would it ever like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's going to hurt my. He was going to cause my bird. Even though it's the guy who was for that.
For the man.
And then he's a mother voice. Try to get him up for it. So she's working last week. So she didn't want him to know that. She didn't want him to
Well, it's all good is that we need else.
I didn't know him to be as bad as he was not bad. Feeling is easy, what happened?
I can't think.
My army was regular. Spanish part was just to grab a weapon and some. Right.
What is this?
She did not go to the north from him. She never harmed him.
You didn't answer my question. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV off? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
I was unaware of it. I saw it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that she planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how confused it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead for since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? We had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or also true other sensation.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well
It's fluid.
described in literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering, else, what did you do?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I'm not looking, I am not looking for evidence of anything. Trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I couldn't find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she, something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. Why she did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not
The
sure.
theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder, okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor,
that
you
is not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, my really psychiatrically ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and But I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report? You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Redirect.
I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you? We're gonna rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG. That was at that point in time, then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm going to
What I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court refused to
Sustained.
raise it. I was told.
Your Honor, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Freeney was thinking.
Had I expressed
Well, no,
that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying I need by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I assume that assumption.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any, uh, or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Oh, allow it.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference, ability to consistent way or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred?
I don't know.
Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, is it, 40,
Over 100 years less.
yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we meet and know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking with.
Absolutely.
And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That, what you call it, what you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that, oh, this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it. But in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, but not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. Just easy. Not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it for certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have passed all of them forward and retrieve those and council approach, please.
Oh my goodness, you guys. I think we made it. I think we made it through. I'm curious to know what the jury questions are. I wish they were not asking this witness though, because she takes forever and a day and she can't answer a question just full on. So I don't know. I think Letecia's a little bit pleased. She sat up a little bit more. I know it's at the end of the day, but even when she felt like she was doing good with her accents and stuff, she really kind of sat up and, got her head up off those books. Her nap time was over. I'm curious to see these questions, guys. If you're still here with me, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I swear she's talking about them, like how they're dressed and how they're standing, or something about their appearance that is so important to her. I don't know. Anyway, that's my opinion. Guys, I don't have sound. All the mics are off, and this sucks. This is the jury questions, man. These are what we want to know. We want to know what does the jury want to know, and we can't hear it. I just wanted to let you know it's not me, it's them. Read lips or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is the absolute worst, guys. I don't know. I think Letecia kind of likes what she's saying. I wish we could hear it. I bet it's a lot of I mean, she's laughing and smiling, but she's looking at the judge and talking. Now, there she goes. I don't know. What kind of questions do you think they had? I bet you they're asking about maybe her demeanor and how she, you know, I don't know, more about how she acted in those videos. I'm not sure. Queen Petty says, I hope this moron doctor doesn't believe she is insane. She clearly does, but it's funny because she kind of clearly doesn't. She makes a point to say, I don't have all the information, or I haven't seen all of that, or if I would have known that. And she's been a horrible witness. This has been a long day yesterday. I see why she was late. She drags on everywhere she goes, I can imagine. This is the worst. Yeah, I read her lips. She said, and that's okay, guys. We're here for Gannon regardless. Regardless if we can hear this or anything, we can see your stank face, Letecia. Go to prison. Do not collect do not collect $200. Go straight to jail. Carol says that then we have to wait until Friday. We do. There's no court tomorrow. I may try to do a live and we can talk about it just for a little bit. Maybe over on TikTok. I'll do my absolute best, but I usually try to use Thursdays to, wrap up and get everything done that I haven't been able to do because we've been sitting here. But yes, then we will be back on Friday, but it looks like they are trying to wrap her completely up. Once these jury questions are done, she should be finished and they'll excuse her. And I hope they excuse her for the rest of her career. Sorry, not sorry, Miss Lewis, Dr. Lewis, it's time for you to go see doctors and take a break and rest your body. This was hard on you and your mind, but she held it good, didn't she? But yes, then Friday we will be back and hopefully that will be closing arguments and then jury instructions and possibly go to deliberation on Friday maybe. I don't know how long their wrap up is. I don't know how much, off the record stuff or out the jury present stuff, that they need to take care of. But we're getting to the end, guys. This is all of what we've been here for. Gannon, we love you. We are so sorry you came across this monster. Al, Landon, Lena, Harley, even you two. I'm sorry this all happened to you guys. This is a horrible, horrible thing. I'm going to keep this playing, but I'm going to go ahead and mute and you guys feel free to bounce out whenever you're ready. I don't know if the judge is going to have anything to say, once he releases the jury. That's always kind of fun. He may ask them more information about what they're looking at for their closing arguments, etc. But if you need to head out because there's nothing going on, I completely understand. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't already, please like the well, his may come back on. I don't know. Someone may tell him, Carol, that when all this is finished, someone may say, "Hey, your mic's not on." I don't know. But you're welcome to head on out. I completely understand. But yes, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all the love and appreciation. You guys have a wonderful night. I'm just muting. I'm still here. It's still staying up. Yes, Carol, he does usually give the schedule. That's why I'm hoping somebody lets him know that the mics aren't on. And I'm sure someone knows. I'm sure, one of the media or someone's aware of it. And it looks like she has a lot to say too, per usual. And I will say, Dr. Lewis is quite remarkable at recovering from food poisoning. She recovered from that very well, quickly. I wonder if they're asking about the stab wounds just by the way she's kind of moving her body, moving her hands. Queen Petty says next week they will sentence her. I 100% agree. I just really feel like they, I don't know. I wonder how long his jury instructions are. Because if they completely defense rest their case, he won't do it right now. I'm sure he would have them do it Friday morning. Then it would be closing arguments, and then they would go over jury instructions. And I'm hoping they, all of that can take place and then go to deliberation, not all of that take place and then skip a whole night and then come back and deliberate. I mean, it kind of makes sense to do that, for them to have a fresh mind and, be rested and all of that. But I really think it being fresh on their mind is a little bit more important, in my personal opinion. Leticia's sure interested in what she's saying. She won't take her eyes off of her. She's actually sat up and looked. I mean, she's not fully awake, but I wonder if she wants to bust out in her accent and start gangbanging in the courtroom. she she had some weird ways of speaking, and she couldn't keep her accent the same from what I could hear. It sounded like it kept changing, all within the same altar. Yeah, now they're having follow-ups, I guess. Maybe. Wish we could shoot a message over to Judge Werner. Hey, Judge Werner, we can't hear. Okay, looks like maybe she was allowed to get down. She's been excused. I sure hope the court reporter got everything now that you think about it, because if that wasn't on mic, I wonder if that's even, I hope it made it, surely it made it into the record. I mean, but it just made me kind of think about it. Oh, there's the sun. All rise for the jury. Oh, I'll fill in. Is that a timer he has? Oh, that must be all of her notes that they copied. He said he was getting three sets of copies. Those were the notes that were confiscated that she was not allowed to use because they had not turned those in. Oh, I wish we knew what they were saying so we could know. Something Friday, he said. Hold on, let me zoom in. We can read his lips. Oh, crap. This is probably when he's asking her if she's going to testify. Hang on, guys. I'm going to see if I can find someone live in the courtroom. Hold on.
Paragraph,
So that's paragraph 2.
right?
Okay, then you're
Yeah,
right.
I think it's the way.
So, because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if however you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So,
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
okay. I'll,
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep. Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of presentation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to Grounds.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
And Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in. if
Put
they
it
want
in or
If
out?
you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal state or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those, then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 8:30.
Directed at me.
Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction. And I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905 or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it.
I
But
think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All righty, guys, you heard it. No court tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning on Friday. This is Mountain Time. Ooh, please keep the camera on. Dang it. We almost saw her in handcuffs again. The 8:30, the attorneys are going to be there. So I'm going to go ahead and have the live ready and up and going at that time, because we want to catch all this goodness. I appreciate you guys being here. My name is January. It's me, January. You see me down there in the chat. It's me. It's me. This is Facing Reality, where we look at some of this hard stuff, guys, and we compare it to our everyday lives and see what's going on around us so that we're not shocked. Love you guys. Have a wonderful day. Hit that like button on your way out, and don't forget to subscribe. Gail, you can rewind it. Yes, you can rewind right now to look and see. And then here in just a few minutes, it'll be available in the playlist, in the Gannon playlist. That way you can go through and kind of scrub through and see any of it. I did at a couple times when it was kind of really hard to hear, I did switch back and look at a couple other channels. You might can hear something on some of them. For the most part, everyone sounded the same. Keep in mind that it's like speaking on a speakerphone and then broadcasting that through like Zoom or something. So, anyway, but yes, thanks again, guys. I will see you guys on Friday. If I do go live on TikTok, I will make sure, moderators, that I shoot you a message so you'll know. Love you guys. Bye.